Mic check. I probably have a lot of noise on this, but figured I'd go ahead and turn my mic on and talk a little bit about this project. Before I do, though, I'm going to check my levels. If anybody's in the chat, please let me know how well you can hear me. Otherwise, I'll just do a quick check myself. No. Go find something to do or be quiet, okay? Okay, so all right. This is MemphisMETAS. I'm pretty sure a lot of the people that do watch my YouTube videos are new. Occasionally I do have some people that I've watched before. Hey, do me a favor and close that door. I'm building a physical twin, in other words, a digital twin of downtown Memphis. Not everything is going to be extremely accurate, and there's no data flowing through the project, as in like Internet of Things, IoT sensors, and that sort. But eventually, that's my goal. So the first thing that I did with this project was worked really hard to get the landscape brought in here. I know I have it turned off right now, but let me see if I can find it. A little bit unorganized. The height map data was really hard to acquire because Memphis does not have any up-to-date public information through like, any of these open source websites. So I had to figure out how to find this information just to get the landscape brought in here. And I only have a portion of the landscape. I don't have a lot, but for now, this is enough because my primary focus is downtown Memphis. So if I turn on Cesium, which is what I use as the kind of like a foundation for Greyboxing, it's my canvas. Let me turn off. That's what Cesium looks like. It's photogrammetry, Google's 3D tiles, and the closer that you get to the buildings, the more you'll realize that it's really low quality data being streamed. But you can see enough information to graybox the buildings well enough for it to look legit. One of my most prevalent examples of that is the FedEx Forum. So if I turn on, I'm using level streaming, and every building is going to basically be its own level to help with optimization. If I turn on the FedEx Forum level, this is so far the results of grayboxing. I have added a lot of detail, and I'll do a comparison again with maps. Yes. So first you have Google's 3D tiles, and that really helps get the grayboxing process started. And then I'll go down to Google Street View and I'll look for more details and I'll, just kind of eyeball it. I also go downtown and take lots of photos. What I'm planning to do soon is get some of my friends who do drone video and photography to get me some good drone footage, and maybe I can hire somebody to do some updated LiDAR scans so that I can get some more accurate details to extract from LiDAR and bring into like a reality scan or something, or just bring the LiDAR information into Unreal or Blender and then model on top of that. But for the most part, what I've done so far is I've just used the photogrammetry to graybox over top of the 3D geometry here. And then I used photos and Google Street View to get to this result. I bring a lot of pixel data into SketchUp, vector graphics, and I'll use SketchUp to extrude those vector graphics to create things like logos. And then I'll bring those extruded graphics or 3D models into Unreal Engine, and then I'll apply materials and textures inside of the engine. For the most part, I'm challenging myself to graybox directly in the engine and do some of the 3D modeling in the engine. So this screen effect is really just, this is pixel information, and I'm using the mask to kind of fake a screen here. Same thing that's happening here. And you can throw videos into these textures, into these materials as well. And I can stream videos with audio. But all of this, like these signage, the signage comes from SketchUp. I will do all the signage inside of SketchUp. And then I'll bring those into the engine and place them where I want them to be. But first I design them as vectors in Affinity Designer, and then I'll extrude them inside of SketchUp and then bring them to Unreal. That's my workflow for stuff like that. Now, the closer you get to these buildings, the worse they are gonna look. And if I turn off cesium, if I go into game mode, you can see some of my previous grayboxing attempts where I just use basically this. These are all the same box, the same cube. And I just stretch the cube and reposition the cube. One of the plugins I use is Snapping Helper 3D. If I go into Snapping Helper 3D mode, I can then grab these objects based on their subdivisions. So for example, this cube is subdivided with one line in the middle. Thus, I'm going to have these points that I can select, and I can use those to manipulate the position of the cube. So if I grab the cube, which is a default cube, this is the actual cube that I'm using. I don't know why it has roof vinyl on it. And I go into lit wireframe. You can see that it's only been subdivided once in the middle here, once in the middle here. And those points from the snapping helper are going to end up there, 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 there. And that'll help me really just gray box. But I've taken a different approach. Let's go back to lit, save, close. And I'll show you what that looks like really quickly. So let me turn off some of these buildings so I can get better. Go blow your nose, please. Save. Turn off the landscape. Very heavy project, and I've been working on this for almost 10 years. just like on and off, playing around with it. And it looks like I haven't done much, but the reality is I've restarted this project 7 or 8 times. I've started from scratch 7 or 8 times. Here's an area that I've done a lot more work. These roads are all custom. I use a spline tool to build the road network of individual pieces. And then I don't merge them together, but I will, get them close enough together to where they are kind of seamless. And all the road tools that I've used previously, they don't add the actual curvature of the road, which is something that I really wanted. Although it's almost an unnecessary amount of detail. So I had to create my own road splines, my own sidewalk meshes, and the markings on top are also splines. So this is all manually placed, no procedural anything in this project yet. And the greyboxing is also manual, these building models. So really, it started out looking something like this minus the roof profiles. And then it eventually got down to something like this. I'll do a lot of Boolean operations to cut out the windows and add a real door model that I can basically open and close. Let's see if I can do that here. Door angle. So, it's a door model. And you can put triggers in the level so that when you walk to a door, it'll open for you. Same thing with garage doors. I've turned a lot of my buildings off. So let's see what this looks like if I enable some of those. It's going to be a game, not like Grand Theft Auto with gunplay, because I want to do brand deals and naming rights deals with some of the local businesses. And I don't think they're going to want people, simulating gunplay and violence around an actual business name. So it's more simulation, some VR, augmented reality, and social, kind of like VR chat, so being able to meet up with your friends at real restaurants, real businesses, and have those real businesses exist in the game is part of the goal to release this initially as a demo for a game, some tourism, and also have an enterprise version that architects and urban planners can use to plan out some of the changes they want to bring to the city. But here are some examples of buildings that I've first grayboxed and then went and added a significant amount of detail after the fact using Google Street View as a reference. So still a lot to do. As you can see, some of these places have floors. Okay, I was really intentional about adding doors and windows. There's the process of me doing a Boolean operation. If I turn that off, you see that it's just a wall there. And that is usually how I do my cutouts for windows. Still got plenty to do. Here's one that I'm also working on. So I'll gray box, I'll cut out the windows, and then I'll go and add the materials after to make it look as close to the real thing as possible. And then I'll do a vector logo design. If I can't find the company's actual logo, I'll bring that from Affinity Designer to I think DMG or something like that. I'll import that into SketchUp and extrude it, and then I'll bring that into Unreal Engine as geometry. Slim and Husky's is a pizza place. I did the same thing with this text. Basically, I brought it in as a flat text object, and then I used Unreal Engine's Let me see if I can just kind of show an example. If I go into modeling mode and grab a box, I'll just place this box here, align it to the normal. Let's stretch it like so. Let's do 2000 and there we go. Accept. What I can do then is go and subdivide this using the polygroup edit. We'll add insert edge loop, set it to even, and then I'll just say 24, and it'll cut that 24 times. I can hit done. And then I can go to, let's see, accept. Let's see, miscellaneous mesh. One of these, deform. I'll choose deform, but also what I'll do is adjust the pivot. So go edit pivot. Let's see, bottom, top, left, right, back, front, left. All right, so we know that blue is up. I'm gonna go ahead and lock my rotation to 45-degree angle. Let's figure out what the front is. So front, back, front. All right, so red facing is the front. Let's set this back to left, rotate upwards, rotate this way, hit accept. Now if I go to edit pivot again, if I hit front, front, back, top, bottom, left, right, that is correct. I'm gonna put this on the back, hit accept. And this text down here, basically that's what I did is I set the pivot point to the back of the text. And then I went to deform and we did I think it was a warp. And from here, I can choose the amount of degrees I want to bend it. So I placed it at the center of this wall that I had created. And then I just eyeballed how far I wanted it to be bent. I only subdivided this because it was a box. Typically, you don't have to subdivide anything to bend it. I think the subdivisions will kind of happen for you. But this is one way to use Unreal Engine's built-in modeling tools. And you can offset like where you want the bending to happen to do some crazy things with it. And you can basically create any kind of random shape inside of Unreal Engine. Really cool tool. And let's hit cancel. And when I delete this, I'm going to go search for it inside of my content browser. Delete it out of my scene. And then delete it in the content browser. And save the project just to be thorough. But Greyboxing, a very easy way to take cesium's information and legally basically, recreate any building from anywhere in the world. I did have to geolocate the city as well as modify the size of my landscape and reposition it to have it align with the cesium landscape. If I turn off game mode, you see I have cesium 3D tiles. I used cartographic polygons to cut out different portions of cesium's 3D tiles so that I can hide the information for buildings that I want to replace. Take it in there, please. You're making too much noise. Unless you're going to sit here and be quiet. So I've done that also with the Bass Pro Shops pyramid. Underneath it, you can see that I also have cesium's world terrain. So if I turn off this 3D tiles, this is what the world terrain looks like with imagery. Legally, you cannot use that in a production environment unless you're paying for a cesium license. But I have no true need to have any cesium information unless I want a vast amount of background information to show up in my game. But I plan to not have all that information in the game. So if I turn on the 3D tiles, let's turn off the world terrain, turn on the 3D tiles. You'll see there's a cartographic cutout here. And I can turn on the, let's see, Great American Pyramid, go into game mode. Let's enable the 3D tiles to be visible in game. Let's go back to Great American Pyramid. And that is the progress that I've made on the pyramid. For the most part, this project, the demo that I will release and the content that I'll put out on social media will mostly be architectural visualization purposes. So I'm not focused so much on optimization. As you can see, there's a lot of unnecessary detail in the geometry, and that was by choice. I do plan to go back later and use game ready methods, like more optimal methods, to bring in detail in the geometry. But I did want this detail to physically be here because I'm primarily focused on architectural visualization initially. Then we'll go back and create game ready versions of the models. But I have a pretty beefy GPU and computer that can handle all of the geometry. So I just want to get a visual out to get Memphians excited about there being a game in development. And this has helped me monetize this project because architectural firms have reached out saying they want to use the project in presentations, and they've got new developments that they are helping design. And they want to bring those developments into this environment for presentation purposes. Please take those in there now. I've got a 6-year-old who doesn't like to listen to his daddy sometimes.
I try to.
Okay, please keep trying, okay?
Okay.
So let's turn off cesium tiles again and take a look at some of the other buildings I've grayboxed. And real quick, I'll show how I usually start that process. This building I did build in SketchUp with a lot of detail, but I wanted to redo it. And once I have a gray box, I can export this as a GLTF out of Unreal Engine. It will geolocate itself, or it'll be positioned based on where my world origin is. My world origin is right. Let's see, let's go South Main. My world origin is here. This third floor of this building was my condo where I lived several years ago. And I started building the entire scene from my front door, which is right next to a restaurant that I lived above, which is why this stuff is here. Because I started building from here. And arcade restaurants there, Memphis Escape Rooms, Central Station, Ernestine and Hazel's, and so on. So from that position, when I exported GLTF, the origin, world origin in SketchUp is also going to be where my world origin is here. When I bring that into SketchUp, this is going to show up all the way over here. And then I can do a Datasmith import back into Unreal Engine, and it will bring the model back into this position. So let's pick a simple building to do. I really wanted, okay, this one's super simple right here. Lots of detail in the windows. So I'll go with this one. Generally, what I could do is take an existing building and use that as my normal for when I place a new box. I can try that first. Let's set this back to 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. Drop that there. And basically when I place this box against this building, it places it sideways. All right, so I will have to rotate 45 degrees or not 45, 90 degrees. Hit accept. Edit pivot. Let's see what the front is. So that's the front side, which means this one is the back. So I can then just go and rotate, and we'll use this as the front face. And let's reposition it here. For the most part, this is oriented appropriately. As you can see, the left side kind of shows a little bit of the box, which means I could rotate this just a little bit to get it more accurate, but it's really not necessary. When I go under the ground, you can see that the LiDAR scans from Google Earth does give us a little bit of a building footprint under here. So I can bring this box all the way down to where the footprint actually starts, because generally speaking, most of these buildings do have a basement. And I try to build the footprint down into the street to accommodate for these buildings having a basement. And it helps with building a seamless transition from the road to the door. All right, so I'll go to polygroup edit. Now my pivot is going to be in the center of where this box is now, but we can change that later. I'll just pull this out here. The last thing I want to do is rotate the box at all, because then it'll throw my pivot off. But let's get it as close as possible. You can also hold control when moving the gizmo or gimbal, whatever you want to call it, and that'll lock to different pieces of geometry and normals that are inside of the scene. All right, so I think this is good enough. I'll bring this down to road level and lock it to the road. And that kind of gives us our floor. Now I'll use the push pull when I have this top face selected. Actually, what I'll do is I'll turn off Cesium's world terrain. Oh, it's already turned off. Interesting. Okay. So this is where my floor is going to be, basically at where this street level is. I'll have this top face selected and do push pull. And sometimes I'll push this right to the top of where it looks like this glass is supposed to stop. We'll say about right there. And then we'll do another push to about there. You can eyeball it. Doesn't have to be perfect again. And then we'll do another push to here. Another push to the rooftop. And as you can see, it's kind of, the rooftop leans a little bit. It's tilted so that water can flow off the rooftop to whatever vanishing point. I'll use the lowest area. So before it starts to show up here, about right there. And then I will push pull, or no, I will keep that top layer selected, and we'll do an inset. So I can go to this corner and we can see what that inset's going to look like. and we'll try to get it about aligned with where I think the edges of the walls are going to be. Let's look in there. So inset. Let's just take it about right there. Like I said, it doesn't have to be perfect. I'll press G to turn off the photogrammetry. Grab these roof walls. We'll do push pull, turn the photogrammetry back on, and let's just align it like that. Yeah, that's pretty much perfect. Okay. And then let me think about how I want to do this part. I'll probably add another box after the fact to add these pieces on the roof. Unless I can actually do something like this. Let's grab the top face, duplicate it, pull it up, push pull it. Let's push it to the top. About like that. I can push this back. Okay, do the same thing for these sides. Get it as close as possible. And instead of doing a push-pull on this, you can just stretch it, which is going to change some of your normal information, which is fine. We're just going to bring it out to about here. And do the same thing with the bottom. Grab the bottom and then hold Control here. All right, and now with the bottom selected, I can push pull, and we can bring this all the way down to here. Actually, I'm going to bring it down just a little past my floor so that I can use this face to push this information away. And that way I know that it's pretty much leveled. All right, let's see. I didn't account for this information being cut out here. So what I can do is take this and push it up, get rid of it. And I can do a push-pull here to about that height and then push it up again there. From here, I can take these faces. Let's see, it looks like we got some geometry that is connected, or shouldn't be, so I'm going to insert some edges. Press Enter, insert edge. Press Enter, select all faces. Recalculate normals. Now I can take this here and push pull to about there. I usually, instead of merging faces, I found it to be much better if I delete the faces and do a bridge from one edge to another. So I'm going to do that here. Looks like I need to insert an edge. So my drafting teacher always said there are 6 different ways to do any one or more actions inside of a program. Way number 1, I can insert edges on both sides, or I can decompose the geometry. Instead of decomposing the geometry, it's easy here to just insert that edge on the corner so that I can delete this wall and gap. I can delete these two walls, bridge this gap. So it's probably a lot faster to create this type of geometry in something like Blender, but it's a lot more efficient for me to use Unreal Engine and Cesium to be able to do it on top of the Cesium information using Unreal's tools. For this wall, instead of bridging, since I have this little, let me see, I think, yeah, since I have this little tiny wall here, what I'll do instead is just delete all these faces and fill the hole. And if I go inside it, you should see that wall is still there. So I'll fill the hole there, and then I can merge those. And it looks like that does come out like that. I'm not totally sure, but we're going to go with it. Nonetheless, that is a quick and easy way to do some grayboxing. Let me see how I want to handle this part. Let's say we grab this, push it out a little, push this out to here. It's probably a much better way to do this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to choose a different approach on that little part, and I'll show you that in a minute. But for starters, that's pretty much enough information to say that you have a proper gray box. It's more than enough, honestly. But yes, this is definitely a great start for gray boxing this building. Now, if I want to add more information, I can go in two ways. I can do this in two ways. I can insert edges. So say insert edge loop. We'll set it to proportion offset and plane cut. And as you see, when I hover over a closed loop, it's gonna give me a preview of where I can cut. But the only downside to doing this in Unreal is that you can't do any precise measurements. So instead of doing it this way, I like to click done, accept, and now, something's missing. Not sure what I did there. I think I deleted that wall on purpose. So polygroup edit, let's grab this edge, and bridge it. And that fixes that. All right, so there's our gray box. One of the first things that I like to do is, with it selected, I'll go to project UVs. We'll have the projection type set to box, and then auto fit align. And this will kind of use the bounds of the object to align the box. But I've found that 150 by 150 by 150 in the dimensions for the UV projection is the best resolution for some of my materials that I use. Although 100 by 100 by 100 is the default, I believe. So when I use 150, we hit accept. I could throw a brick texture on there and it would look like it's supposed to, considering that when I placed my box, I had the correct orientation. So let's go somewhere in the world and find a building that I've already done that has a material applied to it. We would use maybe this one. Just click on that. Inside of my details panel, I can search for the brick material and then go back to the building, wherever it is. And let's just temporarily apply that brick to see if it's aligned appropriate. All right, so as we can see, the brick is sideways on one wall. and it's aligned the right way on the other. So again, I'll go to project UVs, go 150, and then we'll rotate it if we need to. Let's see. No. Looks like it is aligned correctly this time. I'm not too worried about the positioning of the top and bottom. As you can see, it's kind of at a bit of an angle. I forgot to do an auto align fit. That's why it looked correct. So if we do auto align fit and then we go 150, 150, 150, you'll see that these bricks on the side are sideways. All right, so easy fix. Rotate this 90 degrees with the blue pointing up. And we can throw the appropriate brick textures on there later, but this just lets me know that my scale is somewhat appropriate. It's a pretty big building. From a distance, you know, if you add the right materials, it's going to look just fine. But that's a good start. One of the other ways that I like to add windows instead of doing using polygroup, edit, and edge loops is I'll add another box. So I'll go to box. We'll just add it using the align to normal option, and I'll click on my brick, like my geometry, instead of clicking on the geometry from cesium, because sometimes these normals can be jagged and rotate a little weird. So we want to click on my building. I'll rotate this again to where blue is up, hit accept. And if anything, the one easy way to do this is just to select all the geometry, bring this down. Let's bring it out. If you middle click a point of like a part of your gizmo, you can move the gizmo. So I'm middle clicking the green axis, and I'll hold control to snap this to the corner of my box. Now my gizmo is repositioned to this face, and I can move this up against the wall by holding control.
Dad,
Yes, Zeppelin?
did I watch education?
No, sir. You can find a way to entertain yourself with your toys, though.
No, I'm hungry.
So let's make sure that I align this to my building. And again, I can hold control to get this aligned to one of those points. If I go to lit wireframe, oh, that might be a little too much. Lit wireframe. You can see this line here where I did a push-pull to this geometry and stopped it to intentionally create that line that we can use to snap to. Okay, so let me go back to lit. All right, now from there, I can take all these faces on the edge. Well, really, I would want to duplicate this box and kind of repeat this process on both sides. But I'll show you a way that we can deal with that shortly. And I can push-pull and bring this information in to about where, actually, let's see. I think I only need to do this for the sides. So I can do a push-pull operation and just kind of eyeball where this would end on both sides. So let's say about right there. Another way you could have done that was just grab these two sides and use the scale tool, but it's a lot harder to get something more precise. And then if I go into Google Street View for this building, I can come down here and see exactly what we're working with. So as you can see, that kind of pops out of the wall a little bit, has a little edge. And then, you know, actually this is probably plaster over brick, as you can see in there. And that gives you an idea of the thickness of that wall. Let's go down here a little. It's going to be the same thing on this side. And the same thing up there. Let's see if we can come over here. So I was wrong in thinking that this wall comes out of the building's geometry. Something I'm gonna have to fix. And I wouldn't be surprised if they knock this whole building down one day. But now that we know, I'm gonna go ahead and accept the changes for this. Actually, I'm gonna take this face here. I'm gonna duplicate it. I'm gonna bring it out to this wall. I'm gonna do a push-pull. Take this, push it in. It looks like it needs to align with the edge of this wall. All right, we're gonna duplicate this face. Let's move it to the edge of this wall. So hold Control and push pull. And we're going to align that, see if we can, to this. So let's just kind of manually eyeball it, and then I'll grab it, and then I'll use Control to align it to that wall. And then I'll grab this bottom box or bottom face and do a push-pull operation again and just eyeball its location. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. And that's a fantastic way to kind of get started figuring out where you want your windows to be. I'm gonna hit accept for now. I'm gonna go back to this building, polygroup edit. Let's grab this face and duplicate it. I'm gonna bring it all the way down and drop it right there. I'm gonna bridge these and then merge. Let's see if I can. Guess I can't delete that. Let's see. Can I move this? What happens if I move this? All right, so let's decompose. Let's see what we come up with. Fill hole. Merge. And simplify by groups. Now, real quick, I should take this face and push it up to get rid of it. And I should also do the same. Take this face, push it this way to get rid of it, take this face and push it up. All right, and that flattens this wall back out now that we know. Now I can delete these faces and do a bridge. And that gives me a clean bottom. So now I can take this information here. Let's try something. Let's push pull to there. Take this, push pull. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much what we were looking for, I think. So now I can pull this all the way up to pretty much where my roof is. Let's bring it down just a hair. And now we have internal walls. So when I accept this and grab this geometry, I can polygroup edit, grab this interface, pull it through the wall, do the same thing here. And once you cut that out, you now have your window openings. So basically it'd be doing a Boolean operation. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's accept this, grab my building geometry first, and then these windows second. Let's remove the material. Project the UVs one more time. Auto line fit 150. Accept and do the same thing here. Grab the building, then grab the window. So I will typically do a Control-C, Control-V, copy and paste. And now what we should have is 2 building meshes and 2 of these window Boolean meshes. I'll grab the building and grab the windows, and I'll do a Boolean operation. We're going to do an intersection, and then we're going to write this to a new object and hit accept. Now I'll grab this building and the windows again. We'll do a Boolean. I'm going to do a difference A minus B. And I can write this to a new object. I think I will. But we're going to do a difference A minus B, and this should cut out those windows. So I'm going to write this to a new object, accept. And now I should have, if I hide these windows, 2 separate meshes. And since my UVs were projected correctly, everything should look very uniform. The only thing I'd really need to add is a floor. So from this, I can now take this information, take these windows, and I can go to polygroup edit. We can do insert edge loop. Even I would manually count how many windows are in here, and I would do a edge loop here and here based on the number of windows that are on that mesh, and I would do the same for these. Cut it, and then I can take that information into SketchUp and manipulate that how I want to, and then bring it back as multiple meshes to have glass panes, trimming, etc., as well as like the edge of the building. So I'll go ahead and click done. Just for shits, I'm gonna take these two. Just make sure nothing else is connected there. So take these two faces, push pull. We want this selected triangle normals even in the direction mode. And then very carefully extrude these faces inward. And that gives a little bit of a better silhouette. It looks as though there were some ladders going on the outside of this building, maybe like fire escapes, and maybe not. It could have been, let's see, more dates. 25, 23. Doesn't look like it goes back too far. All right, there you can see some information from, there's a staircase here. Don't really know what this was. A parking garage. So we can take historical data and look back in time. This is 2011. We don't have any 3D information for 2011. I can probably source the internet and find it, or find some way to get that information through Google 3D tiles. But now that we know, we can look back and say these two buildings were connected. There was a parking garage right here in 2011. This is what it looked like. 2013, this whole lot got demolished. So in this project, we can include as-built information, but also historical data. And, I think that some people do find that valuable if they want to go on a tour of the city from 2011 prior. See what's the 2007 is probably the earliest information. It's like, hey, what was the business that was here? What was the business that was here? That could all be useful information to urban planners or whoever else. But now that we know, we understand why there was a door here and why these doors are there. And we can make more informed decisions moving forward. I still also need to Boolean out this part of the building. So let's take a look on the other side. And having this information helps us see how many floors are in the building and where those floors might potentially be. As you can see, this little line right here is probably a floor. Maybe, maybe not. I would assume that they are. That information we can't really see using Google. Good, baby. My son's like obsessed with electronics, and he's not going to be using electronics for the next like 35 days. So I've had to force him to play. Okay, baby. So let's go ahead and cut this face out. And that's easy to do. All I have to do is grab a new box. Doesn't really matter how we place it. Let's just place it here. Accept, polygroup edit, grab the top, move it down, hold control, lock it to this edge. And let's lock this to the edge of the building as well as this. to this edge. And one thing that I could do to guarantee I'm using the correct width, I'm going to duplicate this face, push pull, bring this edge here, bring this edge here. Okay. And grab all of this, rotate it 45, move it up. Seems like it's hard work, but as my teacher always said, there are 6 different ways to do this. Use middle mouse to move my pivot, slide it there. Now I can grab this and honestly just move it into here. Grab this again, move my pivot. Actually, I need to move it this way. Move this to the other edge of the building. Just to ensure that we're using accurate proportions. And then bring this all the way down to here. Now, one thing I did mess up on, I see, is let's hit accept after we bring this into the building. I need to take this, polygroup edit it, and push it up. I didn't realize they were the same height. I thought those were 2 different heights. Am I tripping? I am. All right then. So I can take this face. I feel like I want to delete it and bridge it. I guess it is a little crooked. And let's push it up. Let's go into this wall a bit and push it onto the bottom of that mesh. I'm cool with that as it is. I'll just delete these 2. Let's hit accept. Grab this mesh, polygroup edit. Let's go into the wall here and into the wall here. Push pull to there, and that fixes that problem. Now let's take this building, copy paste the building, copy paste the boolean. I'm going to set this boolean to project at 150. Accept. Grab the building and the boolean. We'll do a boolean operation, new object, difference. We'll do an intersection first, accept. And then building boolean. We're going to do boolean operation, a minus b, first input object, and accept. All right, now I can go polygroup edit this, push that face in just a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect. Accept. I'll grab that object and this window. Okay, baby. I think I can boolean and union and then save this to the first input object. Accept. And now we fixed our building. So if I close this, that's what it looks like now. So without floors, if I were to go and find, let's say this glass material, let's tap T so I can select the translucent object, find that building glass, I can go back here and add glass to this material. And that gives us a better example of what that gray box currently looks like. And then from there, I can go and subdivide this and build the windows inside of Unreal Engine or take it to SketchUp. I can go add a box to add floors to this building and add the correct materials. I don't need any additional crazy amount of detail. Forgive me if my son's playing is a little loud. That's been my process for most of this. And I don't know if you saw those SketchUp projects that I had open earlier, but I add a lot of detail in SketchUp and then bring that back into Unreal Engine. So essentially you go from something like this to something like this to something like this to something like this. As you can see, more detail has been added to this building. To something like this.